Now go finish your movie. Tyler's exhausted, guys. Let's all just give him a round of applause for being here today.
For those who don't know,
threw up right before we started recording.
I did. I literally threw up before we got here. I am in the throes of finishing a very kick-ass movie about the Sunset Marquee, and it premieres on Wednesday. And I'll be honest, it's not quite done. I have had late nights and stress and anxiety and fear because 600 people will be at a screening, including Liz, and including Rob, and including many important and fantastic people.
And then all those people will be at our show later.
Oh, yeah, they'll just slide on over. But yes, I literally this afternoon before we recorded, I just threw up from tension and anxiety. So you're all lucky that I'm here.
So send Tyler a virtual hug and a virtual massage. Thank you, Tyler, for reals.
You're welcome. Thank you for doing all the work, or most of the work, and much of the work.
Behind every great man
is a woman who did stuff that I took the idea from. Behind every great idea is a man who stole it from a woman. All right, everyone. Thank you for listening.
See you next week.
Hi, I'm Jessie Gregg. And I'm Andy Cassette. Welcome to Love Murder, where we unravel the darkest tales of romance turned deadly. Our episodes are long-form, narrative-driven, and deeply researched. Perfect for the true crime aficionados seeking stories beyond the headlines. Like the chilling case of Blanche Taylor Moore, the so-called Black Widow who left a trail of poisoned lovers. Or the shocking murders of Chad Shelton and Dwayne Johnson, where family ties mask a sinister plot. Subscribe to Love Murder on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Okay, if you're just tuning in, it is Monday, the 23rd of June, 9:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording of Mystic GWEN pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant. You're going to want to check out the post here on this YouTube channel, as well as prior live streams here and their descriptions. If you want to do a deep dive, you can also go to youtube.com/mysticgwen. A condensed version is that the Everett Police Department is full of people that are not actually officers, and currently they're attempting to perpetrate the one and only felony that they haven't made actionable that was reported to the FBI in 2017 because of threats from multiple commanding officers, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and some other named individuals. So the Everett Police Department are planning to do that, and that one remaining felony is my murder to be deemed a suicide. If you're seeing this, see post on the YouTube channel and pass on SOS to the Snohomish County Sheriff's and Seattle FBI field office, as the Everett Police Department have blocked all comms while attempting to murder me and while illegally detaining me for over 300 days. At 7:40 a.m. this morning, someone came illegally knocking, didn't identify themselves, so per FBI instructions, I said nothing. I am currently logged into the Lenovo ThinkPad and only the Lenovo ThinkPad with this account. That's the only device that legally should be on this account. I'm also logged into the HP Chromebook, still forced to be on developer mode via the Everett Police Department and Unit 207 as Unit 207 NEP detaining me for 300 days at gmail.com. Upon logging on, I went to youtube.com, then opened developer tools, and then I attempted to edit some of their criminal scripts, replacing their casts with no's and na's, and attempted to do the same with studio.youtube.com. As they're using that device, the Lenovo ThinkPad, this device, the Bluetooth 2 to hack. The Lenovo ThinkPad is the only device that is legally logged into this account. what I did with developer tools and their scripts teed them off a bit, but not nearly as much as about 1 hour and 5 minutes into the prior live stream. Which is when I noticed multiple read aloud apps and services running tied to Android phones, and I was able to end those. Last check on Friday as to how many Everett Police Department devices were logged onto this account was 26, and cell phones were included. Ending those tasks has caused a big stir with men and women in the living room at Unit 207, still as of 8:53 a.m. Now, it is worth noting that it appears, and I didn't write down the names of those tasks, but it appears there's still Android app stuff running that I can no longer end task on from this end. Also, every time that I start a live stream, I have to go in and manually remove their criminal cookies, many of which just reappear so that they can perpetrate that one and only felony that remains, which they do not want video and audio footage of, which was also reported to the FBI as it's consistently been part of their premeditated plot to murder me. I wish what I was saying was a joke. It's not. It was previously largely just addressed to the North Everett precinct, but the FBI made it clear that every individual who knows my name and didn't blow the whistle from the South Everett precinct to the North are all going to prison. So if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, you know there was the domestic terrorist of the Everett Police Department. And there's a lot more details to go over. I really advise that if you have no idea what the hell is going on, read the post on this YouTube channel. There's only a few. Start with the oldest one and make yourself aware, and then pass on the SOS like you're legally required to do, even if you're just an innocent, unassuming civilian. And remember, if the live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly stating the end time, that I did not end it. That the domestic terrorist cell of the Everett Police Department ended it just prior to their detainments and arraignments.
This message comes from Capital One. Banking with Capital One helps you keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
From WBZ Chicago, this is American Life.
Okay, let's see what we got in here. How are you? Good.
This is huge. We're in a warehouse in Rhode Island whose floor space is bigger than 2 full football fields, 3 stories tall. Row after row after row of cardboard boxes stacked high, stretching far into the distance. I feel like the only thing that I know to compare this to is like the last scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
That's a pretty good comparison.
Most of these cardboard boxes contain this nutritional peanut paste. It's kind of miracle food made to strict international standards, officially called RUTF, Ready to Use Therapeutic Food, or Pumpy Nut. Each box has 2 months' worth, enough to save the life of 1 severely malnourished child.
Over 200,000 boxes that are sitting here in this warehouse.
Each one represents 1 child's life.
Nathan Salem runs this place, making this stuff, and Sarah Rumsey is one of her managers. They explain that we're looking at millions of dollars of aid that's already been paid for by the United States government. They manufactured it for the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, before it was shut down by Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
If you look at these boxes, the majority do not have a country, destination, or paperwork to leave the facility. And it's been sitting here since February, waiting for paperwork to be signed. The problem when you dismantle all of USAID, there are no people who can proceed with basic day-to-day jobs to process basic things like contracts.
And where was this food supposed to go, do you know?
So this would typically go to Mali, Chad, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, South Sudan.
Nearly $500 million worth of food was stuck in warehouses like this one. It was in transit right after President Trump froze all foreign aid so suddenly, his first day in office. It really wasn't clear what was going to happen to it. If it was going to be left to spoil, if it would get delivered. Then, the State Department said that life-saving food and medical aid could get permission to continue. But lots of it stayed stuck. Things were in a weird limbo while they were dismantling the agency that did that work, USAID, and transferring any of USAID's remaining functions over to the State Department. People like Naven had to operate in that limbo. In her case, trying to get this product out of her warehouse to the people who need it.
I feel like I'm in a movie that I don't want to be in. I don't sleep. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day. The money and the time that we're spending trying to get a single signature.
Naven founded this business. It's called Edesio. It's a nonprofit. We sit on the concrete floor in the middle of all these boxes to do our interview. And every detail that she tells me about how she ended up starting this company sounds like it's part of a fable in a kid's storybook. But a weird storybook, where the hero dreams not of being a princess or a scientist or a detective, but of being a cog in America's foreign aid establishment.
The reason that I'm here is my dad was given the first scholarship ever to an African student by USAID. He came to the United States, lived with a host family, and lived in Michigan and went to university in Michigan. I was born here. And when I wrote my first grant proposal to USAID, I wrote a cover letter and I said, I'm here because of you.
Her dad came from Tanzania. When her own kids were preschool age, she has 4 girls. David said she started thinking a lot about doing something to help parents back in Tanzania and places like it. She heard about RUTFs from a story she saw on 60 Minutes. In 2008, she started manufacturing, first in Tanzania, then in Rhode Island. She had no manufacturing experience at all, had to learn everything. And then grew the business to a factory with 150 employees, a big chunk of them refugees from countries around the world that Adizia ships to, now legally living in Rhode Island. David's the kind of boss who chats with everybody we run into in the factory and warehouse. When the warehouse manager spots us sitting on the floor and decides to bring over some chairs, she jokes.
Do we look like we need help getting up? Yeah. You guys, we're fine. Don't worry.
Then she leans over to my producer. I go on the floor.
I sit in the chair just for a second. I didn't want to insult them.
David describes her workday since January during this period of foreign aid limbo. It's an ongoing series of brand new, possibly business-ending problems to solve, one after another. She got stop work orders from the government for shipments that were already in production. Then the stop orders were reversed. This happened twice. In February, when almost all the 10,000 employees at USAID were let go, the contracting officer that David dealt with was one of them. She suddenly found herself with nobody she could contact at the agency. Meanwhile,
they broke the payment system. Imagine not knowing that your entire cash flow is going to be turned off with no warning and try to run a business with no money.
The government owed her a bunch of payments, totaling $24 million for orders placed last year. When it didn't come, she had to shut down the production lines for the first time in 15 years.
We got the funniest messages. Like, your invoices have been rejected. Thank you. Like, okay. The next obvious question is why? Who is going to walk away and just be like, oh, that's fine. It was just $7 million. It's fine. You don't need to pay. Because you said they're rejected with no reason? Okay, it's okay.
And that $7 million is stuff you've already made.
I have a binding contract with USAID. I bought the peanuts, I made the plum peanut, and I shipped it to the country that you required it to go to. And then you decided that you cannot pay me. And sometimes we get this contract has been canceled. Please resume your normal business activities. I'm like, you are my normal business activity. Like, I can't resume if we can't get along here.
The production line's conveyor belts are right outside her office. And she says she would sometimes look at them and think, every hour they were shut was 415 kids she couldn't feed.
That's the calculation that's going through my head. That's the urgency that I feel. And I'm trying to light things on fire to let people know.
How she's handled this is a good illustration of what you have to do when normal systems to solve problems no longer exist. David's basically been working the phones and texts and emails nonstop, talking to anybody who might have information or might know somebody that might help her stay in production. She's done a ton of press. It says it's actually helped. It's led to random celebrities, people connected to the White House, reaching out and trying to pull strings for her. Social media has helped too. Like, once it became clear that the State Department was going to take over all the functions of USAID, they even posted on Instagram with the name of somebody, anybody, inside the State Department who might help her get shipments going again. And she says, incredibly, somebody saw that and reached out to say, oh my God, I'm at dinner with the person you need. And then is that person at the State Department, are they somebody who actually can help you?
He's the only person who can help me.
And how's that going?
Well, imagine that you have a company and you fired everybody except the CEO.
This is basically the situation our contacted State Department is in.
Now, the CEO doesn't know how to do all the jobs in the company, so they can't. And even if all they want with all their heart's desire is to get a transportation contract, the person who writes them and drafts them is no longer there. So you can't. Then imagine that the CEO has to make every decision in the company, thousands of decisions a day. So, and the CEO also just started less than 2 months ago. Yeah.
Step by step, something's had fallen in place. The government started paying again, so she could restart her production lines in March. Her contracting officer came back, so she had somebody to talk to. It was last month when I set up the warehouse floor with her, recorded this interview. And since then, about half the boxes have shipped out. The rest are still stuck. But a bigger problem is the future. The Trump administration has said that life-saving aid will continue in some form for some countries. But the question is, how much? The State Department has only committed to 1 month's worth of RUTF production, and nothing beyond it. And even that, they haven't issued contracts. And there are people waiting for RUTF all over the world. Dr. Mushtaq Khan oversees nutrition programs in Afghanistan for the International Rescue Committee and drops by their RUTF warehouse sometimes.
Well, that warehouse is kind of deserted. It should be the correct word, but yeah, I would say like empty shelves. They are empty with empty pallets because the last bit of supply which we had, we shipped to our health facilities. So our central warehouse is empty now.
There are health facilities around the country. Clinics said they ship their RUTF to, have enough to last till the end of next month, the end of July. Dr. Khan says 900,000 children in Afghanistan fall into the category severely acute malnutrition. Children so malnourished that babies don't have the energy to cry. And he's scared of how many will die if things don't change.
I'm really afraid of that it might end up with a catastrophic situation. Because these RUTFs are the lifeline for them. Without those, like, this might be the worst case scenario.
It might be. I didn't know this when we spoke, but the Trump administration has said that it is not going to be sending any aid of any kind to Afghanistan, where Dr. Khan is, because it says that aid benefited terrorist groups. This came after the administration suspended the people that USAID had in place to make sure that aid did not go to terrorist groups. July 1st, just a couple weeks from now, the State Department is supposed to finish taking over all the things that USAID used to do, whatever things are left. And as this period of limbo ends, this period of transition between agencies, as we all wait to see what scraps of American foreign aid remain when it's done, we thought it would be a good moment to ask, what was it all about, USAID? The recent public conversation about this tends to be either outraged Democrats defending our decades of foreign aid, or conservatives of all kinds pointing out waste and corruption. The truth is, even diehard, lifelong advocates of foreign aid said it wasn't perfect. We thought we'd take some time here today to step back from the regular pro and con positions on this one and ask, what were the good things that aid accomplished? What projects did more harm than good? How should we think about this, now that so much of it seems to be going away? Stay with us. Support for This American Life and the following message come from Data IQ. AI can be a kind of raw power. Take control of AI with Data IQ, the universal AI platform. It's built for business teams and AI experts alike, designed for trust and engineered to scale to fit your tech stack today and tomorrow. From analytics, models, and agents, make AI flow through your enterprise. Don't just keep up with AI. Control it with Data IQ, the universal AI platform. Find out more at dataiq.com/thisamericanlife.
This message comes from Square. Your favorite neighborhood spots are using Square to do everything, from From covering cash flow gaps to expanding to new locations, wherever your business is growing, Square meets you there. Go to square.com/go/NPR to learn more.
It's This American Life. Act 1, 63 years, 7 months, 26 days. That length of time, that is the entire existence of the federal agency USAID. The day it was created in November 1961 till the last day of this month. Its Trump administration hopes will be the last day it is running any operations. During those years, the agency spent hundreds of billions of dollars. The United States was the largest humanitarian donor in the world. Where was it a waste? David Kestenbaum on our staff talked with two people who know that history well. The year USAID was founded, John F. Kennedy was president, and he was trying to figure out what the U.S. should be. It was an interesting moment for that. The year before, 17 countries in Africa gained independence from decades of colonial rule. These were new nations. India had also become independent some years before, and Indonesia, other countries too. Joshua Craze wrote about all this recently in the New York Review of Books, really trying to do what we're trying to do in today's show, weigh up the good and the bad of what followed.
I think for Kennedy, the goal is to bring development to the rest of the world. That's the stated goal. There are new nations around the world. He says, look, what we're doing is going to bring up these nations just like we brought up Europe after World War II.
After World War II, with the Marshall Plan, we gave massive assistance to European countries that had been wrecked by the war. And it was a huge success. Their economies rebounded. But Kennedy didn't want to help these new countries just because it seemed like the right thing to do. There was another reason, kind of big in 1961. He didn't want them to become communist. The U.S. was worried all these countries were going to fall under Soviet influence.
When he first starts USA, Kennedy addresses all the heads of the agency and says to them, in many places where freedom is under threat, we will not send Marines. We will send you.
We send you. And you working with the people in those countries to try to work with them in developing the...
So what are those first projects like?
You have a huge variety of projects. You have massive agricultural schemes to modernize agriculture in Southeast Asia. You have schemes to create banking systems inside Africa. You have schemes to create democracy and education. You have free press. You have all sorts of, take America, look around the world and go, is this thing there? And if America's not there, we just try to make it like America. That was the goal. And there are a lot of very idealistic people doing this work.
Huge, ambitious, and maybe ill-conceived goal, make every place more like America. How well did it work? In most cases, not very well. I talked to John Norris about this. He wrote what, as far as I can tell, is the only really straight-up history of USAID, a book called The Enduring Struggle. He also worked at USAID for a while. Norris says for development, the country's government has to make a bunch of difficult changes. Enact economic reforms, invest in education, you need legal systems and contracts, all sorts of stuff. And you need a government with the will to push all that through. Some countries were run by autocrats who didn't really care for helping the general population. And the ones who did care, it was still hard to make those changes. It would be for any nation. And John Norris says colonialism really damaged a lot of countries.
They had always been actively discouraged from developing a civil service or engineers or doctors by their colonial leaders, and literally countries emerging in independence where there might only be a handful of doctors, lawyers, or engineers that have been trained in the country, very little in the way of competent civil service. That is a very low base to start from.
There are a couple real successes, though.
The textbook example is really South Korea. South Korea in the early 60s, was absolutely devastating. The country had labored under a brutal Japanese occupation for decades. They'd been devastated by the Korean War. The countryside was pretty much in ruin. And then a really remarkable set of changes began to happen with a lot of help from U.S. assistance.
All kinds of economic reforms. The government distributed land to small farmers, invested in schools. The U.S. trained government officials on budgeting and on economic policy. A major reason it worked was the South Korean president, Park Chung-hee, who forced through all kinds of economic changes.
One historian said he instituted a, quote, developmental dictatorship. Today, South Korea is one of the largest economies in the world. How involved was USAID in all those changes in South Korea?
Incredibly, but they would have a weekly meeting with senior cabinet officials on economic reform, on education, on agrarian policy. South Korean officials were flown to the United States to meet with business leaders to understand how they could better prepare their exports for the U.S. market. It was day to day, week to week, and very intense.
So there is South Korea. Taiwan is another example. But overall, pretty mixed bag. John Norris says there is one more category of thing that did not work that's worth including here.
There's a consistent theme to the places where AID had its biggest failures, and it's in those places where it was used as a blunt instrument of U.S. foreign and security policy.
The wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, and before that, Vietnam. The U.S. spent billions and billions of dollars in aid money, he says, basically to try to win people over and prop up the governments that were our allies, which is not a recipe for success. At one point, a quarter of all USAID global staff was operating out of Vietnam, without much to show for it. So that was the first goal, help countries develop economically. There was a second goal for USAID, though, to fight communism. How did that go?
Well, communism's gone, except for like 8 friends of mine in Oakland. So, you know, I think it's...
Thanks to USAID.
Yes, thanks to USAID.
Neither of them saw USAID playing a big role.
You know, I would give them a solid star for the effort. Certainly, the Soviets collapsed because it was a miserable system that was always designed to fail.
And very broad strokes. That is kind of the first half of USAID's history. There's a real change in the second half. Communism is gone now, so that can't be the mission anymore. Helping countries develop seems hard. So there is this shift to something much more basic, trying to assist people most in need, humanitarian aid and fighting disease. In fact, when USAID was shut down this year, these were the largest parts of its spending. In 2024, out of $35 billion of programs it managed, about $10 billion was going to humanitarian aid and $10 billion for health. There is good and less good here also over the years. First, the good. We eradicated smallpox.
Smallpox claimed 300 million lives in the 20th century alone. 300 million. That is just an eye-popping number. A joint effort by USAID, CDC, the World Health Organization, and the Soviet Union, and some innovative technology wiped smallpox off the map. The first time in human history that a disease had been eradicated. And the benefits of it, and this is one of the things where people forget how powerful the returns are of assistance for the United States itself. The entire amount that we spent on smallpox in the effort to eradicate it, in delivering all those vaccines around the globe, we save that same amount every 24 days. 24 days, because we don't have to vaccinate Americans against smallpox.
Actually, it's 26 days. But still, a win. Not every example is so clean, though. Joshua Craze says...
It's about a 10-second delay on the visual.
Props up governments that aren't so great.
At least on my
Even
interface.
sending in food can be complicated. He spent a lot of time covering the conflicts in Sudan and South Sudan.
Very often that humanitarian aid is diverted to the government or to the very people conducting campaigns of ethnic cleansing. Then there's the question of, okay, how do you get the food aid to people? Well, you have to hire trucking companies. Who owns the trucking companies?
Sometimes the trucking companies are connected to the government.
And so you have this sort of like disgusting logic sometimes, which is that the humanitarians end up sustaining the financial base of the very people who displaced the civilians that the humanitarians tend to. So they support the hell that they're supposed to minister.
What do you make of the Trump administration's critique of USAID?
So different parts of the Trump administration had different critiques of USAID. One critique was USAID is an organization that pushes a particular political agenda around the world that is not very American. I think that was a distraction from what they were actually doing, right? Like you could have cut all of the, supposed like transgender operas in Bolivia and left the core mission.
That is one explanation the Trump administration has offered. It put out a press release listing a handful of projects it considered waste, fraud, and abuse, including a DEI musical in Ireland, which seems like it was from 2022. Also an electric vehicle program in Vietnam. Most are pretty small ticket items. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has offered a different critique, that USAID was funding things that were not in the US national interest.
That other critique of USAID is bound up in a bigger issue for the Trump administration, which is why is the US paying for everything? We've got to get our, I'm sorry for my American accent, we've got to get our money back somehow. And this is a really, for me, simplistic view of politics and economics, right? Like dollar dominance has been so good for America, and dollar dominance is carried out because it is the world currency, and that's also guaranteed by things like USAID. The Trump administration is worried that you're not getting, respect from South Africa because that you're giving malaria drugs. The reality is, until 3 months ago, everywhere I went in the Horn of Africa, people thought the one space of goodness and hope in the world was America. And they might have been wrong about that in many ways, and America might have done all sorts of bad things and been imperialist in all sorts of ways, but it was a real belief, and it's gone. Right? And I think that's, from the perspective of American hegemony, an incalculable loss.
John Norris had similar feelings, despite all the things over the years that hadn't worked. When some future historian goes to write this next chapter, he worries it's not going to be a good one. David Kissenbaum, the senior editor of our show. Coming up, we go visit a hospital funded by USAID. Pretty nice. Too nice? That's in a minute. Chicago Public Radio, when our program continues.
You're listening to the NPR Network. Live from NPR News, I'm Lana, a living, breathing record of your neighborhood, the country, the world. Told by thousands of local journalists who live in the places where stories unfold, backed by a national newsroom that puts it all in perspective. Hear the whole country story. Hear ways of thinking that challenge your own. Hear the bigger picture with NPR.
This American Live from Ira Glass. Today's program, some things we don't do anymore. Stories of this period that we're going through right now, where the Trump administration stopped everything USAID was funding, then pledged to restart a lot of it, especially life-saving assistance, food and medicines. Right now, when you add it up, over half the money USAID spends is supposed to continue. But most of the money has not gone out, and it's unclear how much of it ever will. We've arrived at Act 2 of our program, Act 2, case study. Okay, so what happens when you pump hundreds of millions of US dollars into a country? We're interested in both the good things that happen and the bad, and the place that we picked to look at this is a tiny African country called Eswatini. Only 1.2 million people, right between South Africa and Mozambique, used to be called Swaziland. They're interesting for a few reasons. One is that they were part of one of the most successful things USAID has ever done, a program called PEPFAR. Billions of dollars in over 50 countries, everybody agrees, saved millions of lives. PEPFAR was created to combat AIDS. And for a long time, the country with the highest percentage of people with HIV has been Eswatini. So Eswatini is a good place to measure whether the aid has helped. But Eswatini also seemed like a good place to look at for another reason. And this reason we heard about from a Washington Post reporter named Chico Harlan. Chico had been calling around to all kinds of organizations that had lost their funding when the Trump administration froze all that in January. Most of them did not want to talk on the record. They thought it might hurt their chances of getting funding in the future. But Chico found a health provider in Eswatini called the Luke Commission that got a ton of USAID money in the past, whose leaders were not only willing to talk, but pretty frank in expressing their own doubts and questions about whether the money they had gotten was entirely a good thing for Eswatini. They were grappling with the good and bad. So for instance, here's one of the founders of the Luke Commission, Harry Vanderwall, an American doctor who's been at Eswatini for 20 years, talking about the Trump funding cuts.
I understand why they're doing what they're doing. I get it, and I'm not against it at all. I see that. I can see that as a business strategy that makes sense. Is it painful for those on their side? Of course, but but as long as we do what we can to make sure people remain on medication, and is that the responsibility of the U.S. government to make sure people stay on medication? I don't know if I can say that fully. This has been going on for decades now. It's not necessarily they can't take care of the whole world and their medical needs.
So Chico, one of our producers, Diane Wu, went to Eswatini to see what exactly did American taxpayer money accomplish there, and what went wrong. They also get into it more with Harry later in the story. Here they go.
The first thing you see when you turn into the Luke Commission's campus these days is a gate.
There's the USAID and PEPFAR logos.
And there's a sign that says closed until further notice. We pull up and get checked in by a security guard. Hi. Good morning. Who then runs through the manicured grounds ahead of our car to show us where to park.
I feel like we're pulling up to a luxury hotel.
You look, the rocks, the landscaping, the very moody lighting. There are these modern looking sconces lighting the entrance to a slate gray building we pull up in front of. String lights.
Harry and Echo, the founders of the Luke Commission, are standing in front of the building to greet us.
Hi, Ergo. Likewise, at last. Harry, nice to meet you.
Echo and Harry met in college and married right after. They both had this Christian calling to do medical work overseas. So Harry became a doctor, and Echo became a physician's assistant. As Harry was finishing up his residency, they heard about Eswatini from a friend and thought, that seems like a good place to go and help.
Had either of you been to Africa before?
Never.
No.
I didn't even have a passport before. Had you ever been out of the country?
Just to Canada with a passport.
Yeah.
Right after Harry graduated, they packed up and moved. The two of them, plus 3-year-old triplets and an infant. And if that sounds kind of bold, let me say, that is Echo. She is the CEO boss type, always with a plan and some talking points, calculatedly daring. I think that's one of the reasons she's the rare aid recipient willing to talk to journalists. She's betting it might help. She's the public face of the Luke Commission.
When we first had the kids, he said, if you do the emails, the phone calls, and the meetings, I'll take care of the family.
I'm happy to let her talk. I don't always communicate very well, so it's better if she does the speaking.
He's a doctor in internal medicine and pediatrics. He's the smart one. I guess I'm the practical one. Maybe if we put it that way. Yeah.
The Luke Commission is named after Luke from the Bible. Echo and Harry also really like the acronym, TLC.
Faith-based hospitals like this one are all over sub-Saharan Africa. And just to state the obvious, Echo and Harry are the white people in a hospital that is almost entirely black.
When Harry and Echo first arrived here from Ohio in 2006, Eswatini was in crisis. Something like 30% of the population had HIV, and there was no treatment. Antiretroviral drugs had started trickling into Eswatini, but hardly anyone could get them. So many people died that 1 in 10 households was run by a child. Harry and Echo remember how in those early years, they saw one of their main goals as simply delaying orphanhood.
They drove around the country with interpreters and other local staff, setting up mobile medical clinics and schools, helping people get whatever medical care they could, all for free. They paid for all this from their savings from flipping houses back in the US before they came, plus donations from family and friends. And they caravanned this way on the cheap for a couple years till the US stepped in a big way.
Today on the continent of Africa, nearly 30 million people have the AIDS virus.
This is President George W. Bush delivering the State of the Union. This is what a Republican president used to sound like.
Ladies and gentlemen, seldom has history offered a greater opportunity to do so much for so many. We must also remember our calling as a blessed country is to make the world better. And to meet a severe and urgent crisis abroad tonight, I propose the emergency plan for AIDS relief, a work of mercy beyond all current international efforts to help the people of Africa.
This plan, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, becomes one of the biggest humanitarian foreign aid projects America has ever undertaken, totaling more than $120 billion, spent all over the world over 20 years. For comparison, the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe, adjusted for inflation, around $180 billion. In Eswatini, PEPFAR money started arriving in 2007, some going directly to the government to support their national AIDS response, some to outside organizations. In 2010, Harry and Echo get their first contract under PEPFAR, a modest grant, doing voluntary male circumcision.
They asked us to participate in that, which we were very motivated to do because it decreases the transmission and contraction of HIV by 60%. So we started, and within 1 month, we were circumcising more men and boys in one community than they were in the rest of the country combined. And having one day, we did 87 circumcisions in one day, and done by 9 o'clock at night. We are a machine.
PEPFAR money completely changed the course of the AIDS epidemic in Eswatini. The number of people dying from AIDS went down by half. The average lifespan, which had dropped down to 41 years, fully rebounded.
Over time, the Luke Commission became one of the biggest recipients of American aid in the country. It averaged over $6 million a year for the last 5 years. And with all that money, their operations changed a lot. Echo and Harry bought this land and turned a storage shed into a ward for tuberculosis patients. And then they kept going. They got physically bigger, adding an emergency room, an ICU, a maternity ward, grown to a true campus of 25 buildings. And it wasn't just HIV care. They were jumping in and providing all kinds of treatment that the government wasn't able to. Eventually, they were providing free medical treatment for a huge swath of the country. At their peak, according to their numbers, it was 1/4 of all the hospital visits in the country. A fourth. This giant expansion could not have happened without US aid.
And when Harry and Echo walked us around the campus, we could really see the money everywhere. It was honestly kind of posh.
This is our outpatient waiting area.
First, all the medical stuff. The 4 operating theaters, the airy ICU, a dental suite, all in beautiful condition, all almost totally empty since USAID froze their funding. Then, the bells and whistles we had not expected when visiting an aid-funded hospital in Eswatini. Like,
welcome to our drone hangar. So this is Eswatini's very first medical drone network.
The Luke Commission has 4 huge 8-foot white drones that they use to quickly deliver snakebite antivenom and other medicine to rural parts of the country that are hard to drive to. They also have a room full of iPads, 600 of them, all provided by PEPFAR, plus a giant screen that tracks the real-time location of each of the devices. In the same room, they have a set of shiny 3D printers for making medical components. A few buildings over, in a sort of secret room they called the Vault, there were these giant futuristic vending machines that people could use to pick up their prescriptions, like an automated pharmacy.
And you guys had 2? 1,
No, we were 3, 4, maybe 5.
It was all way more advanced than anything I'd ever encountered with my own healthcare in the US. As we walked around, I started to wonder, is this too nice? Should a foreign aid-funded hospital be so opulent? We went and asked Echo about all this, and she was actually surprised we were bringing it up at all.
We do have Americans visit here all the time, and I'll be frank with you, the first one that's raised it. Yeah, this isn't opulent. I think it's just excellent.
The drones and the automated pharmacy, she explained that they've gotten private money for those, not USAID money. And anyway, that's just a tiny part of their spending, just a couple percent. The rest went to basics like medical supplies, paying staff. As for the 3D printers,
yeah, I think you'd be surprised how cheap they are. They might be $600, I don't know.
We checked. One was $600, the other $1,400. This was USAID money. Echo estimated that these printers had so far saved them $25,000 in equipment costs. Her explanations were pretty convincing. They won us over. And she kind of got into it, looking around the room we were in, pointing out all the scrappy ways they've kept their spending down. The deck chairs on the balcony over there, made from pallets that the oxygen plant equipment came in. The set of plush recliners at the end of the room.
Those were from one of the first circumcision projects.
You sat in it to get a circumcision.
After you got circumcised, you relaxed in those chairs.
Relax, you spread your legs out a little bit.
Oh, Harry!
I explained to Echo, as I followed her around campus, I was picturing, like, what if Marco Rubio were on this tour? What would he see? What would his reaction be? And my thought was, like, we're American taxpayer dollars are going to, like, hundreds of iPads in Eswatini for AIDS.
I feel if Marco Rubio came here, and he knew that they funded 600 iPads, and he found all the iPads here, and it allows you to see twice as many people with half as many staff. And he found that there's a system that when you leave the gate, if you're working out with an iPad that's supposed to be used for patient care, that there's a control that makes sure that that asset is doing what it's supposed to do. You know, I think those are all things that would be champ.
Marker would be into.
I think he would be.
After USAID abruptly stopped its programs in January, the Luke Commission shut down everything to the bare essentials. Harry and Echo felt a moral obligation to keep giving out antiretroviral and tuberculosis drugs to HIV patients, so they continued that work. They still did some snake bites at the main hospital in the country that treats them, and an occasional surgery. They also laid off half their staff and told everyone else, who kept working, that they could no longer afford to pay them. USAID covered half of their cash flow, and now it was gone. They couldn't even pay their utility bills. And for the first time, they started turning people away. Workers put up the gate we saw. Confused patients called the Luke Commission to ask what's happening.
We talked to two people who answered those calls, Nompumalelo and her coworker, Haneli. They were at work, sitting at a big gray folding table, 4 phones between the two of them. Nompumalelo said they'd tell people on the phone that they weren't open anymore, and they'd show up anyway.
Some still don't believe that we are closed, so they want to come and see themselves. They are like Thomas, you know, the Thomas in the Bible. Do not believe when they say Jesus is risen. I want to see myself. So even the one that are calling most of them, is it true that TLC is closed? How can that be?
Tanelli's in her 20s, in a red Luke Commission t-shirt and pencil skirt, just sort of beams earnestness at you. On your 21st birthday in Eswatini, there's this thing where parents give their kids a key, symbolizing you're an adult, be free, do what you want. Her parents gave her a Bible, which she laughed about. Her coworker, Nompumalelo, is older and extremely soft-spoken, which actually got her the job answering phones.
They say my voice is soft. So they said I should assist her.
Because you have a nice voice?
No, because of my personality and also the voice. So, yes.
Now that the Luke Commission is closed,
the HP Chromebook has a gazillion app Android Chrome things.
We heard some
Shows
pretty
the
grim
end
stories about the
process
treatment people received
should
in
be
the
an
national
option, but
healthcare
it's not.
system. A misdiagnosis, a botched surgery. But the biggest problem people told us about was a lack of medicine and supplies. So when Nompumalelo and Tanelli turn people away, the patients cry on the phone.
Try to get them in. When the doctors take place long, it's hard to go back to the patients and tell their age because you feel what they are feeling. This is the current situation with cancer.
Yeah, it turned off the
Anybody
Bluetooth.
express anger at the American government for taking the money away? That is not, it's not towards the US government, but they're angry with our government for not helping. And that also that our government, they know that our government is directly placed to assist financially.
Almost everyone we asked in this the with without asking permission said the same thing. They weren't mad at the U.S. cutting off aid. Here's Kalani. He's a security guard who stands in the built. He had to turn people away, which he hated doing. He lost both his parents over the epidemic. He told us he wishes he had officials to stand in the gate with him. See how
I'm turning off the one Bluetooth speaker that's on. The other's on.
Why is it our country
A lot of those Android apps also say Bluetooth.
That is where the frustration.
And you know, based on all the fucking videos, more often men and women that are going to prison for the rest of their lives from the Everett Police Department come stand outside of my fucking door and window, waving their magical Google sticks and Sony kicks. Then they've got JavaScript codes called Eureka that they've
Government investigations
corrupted
is an absolute honor.
to terminate live streams.
Lavish lifestyle.
So the Bluetooth speaker's off. The HP Chromebook Bluetooth is now off and will stay off since you're not letting me in task on any of those apps.
That any it's not prudent to criticize. Spending time in SSC made me realize monarchy is basically dictatorship. Better brand. But dissidents living abroad say the king's patronage system fosters a culture of corruption throughout the government, including in the Ministry of Health. And when people talk to us, those were the officials they focused on.
I'll be honest, this kind of corruption has been, after now and second. There's a certain group of people that are carrying by all this and show that the government facilities are not operating well, so that we go and buy medication from their pharmacies.
Well, I'm just talking about something that's well documented. A group of government officials allegedly colluding with drug suppliers, causing shortages in the country. The Eswatini government launched a big investigation a couple years ago, found that officials were systematically buying drugs that were about to expire, getting kickbacks from suppliers. And the patients, they had to scramble to find drugs in pharmacies, paying for drugs that should have gotten.
And the delay we are working with.
And the reason we're going into all this detail is that it shows you one of the big ways U.S. taxpayer dollars may have made.
It's still about 10 seconds.
That worked really well. It made it easier for corruption to grow in the government system. Harry and Echo have been thinking about that a lot in the last few months. Maybe they were part of the problem.
And maybe all the help providing these guys was actually doing more damage than this monster gets out of it, because as we do more and more and more, the demand on the national health system are becoming less and less. So the cries of people was not as much as it should have been to make the change that should have happened long ago, because we were busy covering up in some ways. Doing what was so hard to do, we were covering up the evil that was actually happening in the national health system.
Harry and Echo say it came like came during COVID, when the League Commission handled so many political court cases for the country. The aftermath, with demand still rising, Harry and Echo took out a loan against their house and entered their retirement savings to pay staff. They asked the Eswatini government to help cover the cost of treating so many patients, and assumed that the money would come through at some point.
I just wish we would have maybe not as naive, I guess, or not as, maybe made these changes a couple years ahead, or made some lines in the sand earlier, maybe.
They never got the money. The health minister at the time, the government offered the League Commission annual guaranteed funding, if only it had some oversight over how they were spent. Any government would probably ask for the same thing. In this case, she told me that Eswatini wanted to name the chairman of the League Commission's board. It's a way to oversee their operations. Harry and Echo say this was never actually proposed to them. But if it had been, they would have said no. From their point of view, that would be like a hostile takeover. Before long, they booted out, the government would assume control, and the League Commission would become just another unreliable hospital, a system that can't stop its own drugs. The standoff between the two sides got so nasty that it became the basis of the 2024 parliamentary report to investigate the bottlenecks in this country. One of the findings said senior health officials who Echo as a difficult person to work with. Another finding, quote, there are very senior individuals in government who are hell-bent on blocking any assistance to the League Commission for their own selfish reasons. They're contrary to the wellness, sick, the weak, the elderly in the country. Suffice to say, it's messy and unresolved. These are the strange and unpredictable consequences of sending hundreds of millions of American dollars to the SRT. These Christian Jew voters are now in a bitter fight against officials in the government of the people who keep them held.
Meanwhile, HIV, the disease they came here to treat 20 years ago, is much more under control. And even Harry and Echo wonder why the United States is still in the HIV business. Why are U.S. taxpayers still paying such a big part of the bill?
We have a transition, just like the HIV. We have not transitioned like we should. This is an old disease. By now, we should have transitioned it to be locally supported so that when it can prepare itself
maybe if that had happened, when would the transition have happened here? It probably should have happened 5 years ago. I think it should have happened before now, and it could have. You know, it could have happened here. It probably could have happened in other countries. For me, I think the challenge is, as Americans too, we want to fix things. Sometimes we have to be careful on what's our exit strategy. How do we, once we jump in, how do we get out?
Someone in Eswatini who's been thinking about how to transition away from quarantine for over 20 years now is Dr. Valethio Kello, the Director of Health Services in the Ministry of Health. She oversaw the long process of getting the government of Eswatini to pay for all of its adult antiretroviral drugs, something they've been doing for 10 years now. She was part of the team figuring out how things would work after that.
We thought that the pepper funds would take us to 2030, and then we're able to slowly and gently, offload some of the disrespect to government.
Then, in January, she heard that President Trump had suddenly halted the USAID.
So when I saw it, I thought that Trump is just doing his usual, what we call being spontaneous kind of thinking, if I can put it like that. So I thought, this is me. Then we consulted our colleagues from PEPFAR, and they told us, this is real, and there's more coming. So we said, okay, fasten your seatbelts, this is happening. But that's right, we're going to happen.
She sent a team of people out to assess the coverage. Where exactly was all this PEPFAR money being used? How much? The initial assessment was that the situation is not so bad. Eswatini's been buying all its own antiretrovirals for adults for years, and they have enough pediatric antiretroviral drugs in the pipeline. They know which lab reagents they funding quickly to be tested for people. She says 20 years of American aid has made Eswatini's health system stronger in ways that will persist. Trained nurses and other medical staff developed more effective ways to distribute antiretroviral drugs, just generally raise standards for care. She sees the health system as fairly sturdy at this point, able to care for its own people.
I always say to people, our health system is like a Toyota. We are using a model that is basic health service delivery model. It's moving, and maybe not so comfortable, but it gets you there. So when PEPFAR came, we always say that they took us from that basic Toyota into some kind of Mercedes-Benz Rolls Royce, which now makes sure that our quality of services is great, and we are moving faster in achieving the targets that we had aimed to achieve.
The Mercedes is gone now, but she thinks we'll still get to where we need to go.
Dr. Kello, of course, works for the government. The UNAIDS assessment that came out recently, that's a risk. It said there's a risk of running out of antiretroviral drugs for supplies 3 to 6 months in Eswatini. While Eswatini does pay for its antiretrovirals, it takes a lot more than drugs to combat HIV. It's a chronic illness where so much of the work involves constant monitoring of cases, maintaining a network of clinics and community health workers so people have the drugs they need and taking them every day. In Eswatini, lots of that work is still paid for by foreign, mostly American. Some PEPFAR funding may survive. They're debating that right now in Capitol Hill. But even if nothing is restored, Eswatini is in a better position than most PEPFAR countries in Africa to take over that work. It has a bunch of advantages. It's small, it has a fair amount of money, and it's done a good job to mobilize and control HIV as a national priority. One of the people who originally created PEPFAR told us, out of the 50 PEPFAR countries worldwide, maybe a dozen are ready to move off the programs from here. And Eswatini is one of them. He also told us PEPFAR was never intended to last this long. Conversations about how to wind down already started in the Bush years, but nobody carried them through. Once the big bureaucracy took shape around this money, U.S. and abroad, there wasn't much momentum to talk about everything. That is, of course, until now.
By the way, since they visited, the Blue Commission has opened up its gates again at a much smaller scale
They were setting up something called a pre-render google.com and a render on this device.
They're a woman. The like Center for Global Development. Authority did test about Charles Kennedy. Looked into the model.
So we're going to power wash it again. This time, though, we're going to browse as guests. Okay, if you've been stalking me for a while or you're with the Bureau or the sheriffs, you know that I'm very sleep deprived. Sleep for a couple hours, wake up and look at the laptops. I'm going to try and take a nap. Okay. That was another stalker knocking at 10:52 a.m.
individual investor seeks out undiscovered companies on the way up. And this new valuable information is a simple, detailed profile that you can act on.
They helped me earn the money to start my own company.
Individual investor highlights group stocks on the first of exporting and the hottest mutual funds. I was one of their penny in double 1 year. For the 4th year in a row, individual investors Magic 20 large stock picks beat the expert and the executive. And so did our readers. For $22.95, you get 1 year of individual investor magazine. The Magic 25 is was thankful that they did. Because I'm one of those. Just have to have mind because people ask me why I travel so much and I work so tirelessly in a hospital program. Because I think about them 47 years old. My dad, I think my dad and my family are. There's a lot of people that it's not the same as I'm thinking about, of course. And if I say my goal is I think that, that's the people who go through their moms and dads, and I've watched all the interactions. And I was down here trying to help my teacher get here. And what do you? Grab these doors. The food that comes on the telephone. Where I had a department of that, so I had to know that there are a lot of people making conversations about the mom and dad and how they're going to deal with it all. But not have a chance of just getting to be on the show and talk to people who can listen to me. They know I'm not trying to keep it person. Doesn't matter if I'm pushing it. And you won't push yourself to exhaustion within the test. You still do that. Yeah. I realize that going forward 40 seconds. now available through your local Barnes and Noble bookstore. Or to order by phone, call 541-858-9542 between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. Pacific, 7 days a week. That's 541-858-9542. All major credit cards accepted.
Hello there, I'm Danielle Lynch with a word on health. You've heard the hot debate about healthcare options. Everybody has to find solutions and mobility for answers. You can find it right here. We'll bring you the latest breaking news when it comes to additional complementary medicine and even how to have a lot more fun in your relationship. It's obvious to do it is all for you. The Danielle Lynch Show, a word on health. Join us.
More knocking without identification by the stalker's domestic terrorist cell at 10:52 a.m. and just now at 12:50 something. More knocking without identification by federal felons going to prison at 10:52 a.m. and 12:50 p.m. plus the 7:40 a.m. Also, while trying to get some sleep, they once again planted 4 more criminal cookies on the Lenovo ThinkPad and 5 to 9 on the HP Chromebook to try and cover those individuals volunteering to join them in prison. And we got a 9-second delay on visual, at least via the control room. Looks like they parked out front of Unit 207 because there's no fucking cars parked outside of this house.
Call 1-800-369-1400 now to order Fred or receive your free brochure. That's 1-800-369-1400. Fred also has outstanding
The Everett Police Department just reinitiated those apps and planted all of their YouTube live stream cookies requiring manual removal. They're upstairs. It was indeed that had come downstairs. Everett Police Department, today you go to prison or tomorrow. Hurry the fuck up. Quit fucking with the live stream. After blocking all my SOSs, come on downstairs and smile for the fucking camera. You've been here 3 times today. You're about to be detained. Come get your prize! Life in prison without parole. Trying again right now.
522-8863. Another item for Tim Roberts Company. They can teach you to be independently secure. They can teach you, they can, and this company can teach you how to invest in money and make money. And a lot of people will serve bucks and cookies or actually make money. So if you like to be a that makes money, there's a system to make money and honest. He can teach you how to do that. He's a multi-millionaire himself. Now each of others has a very, very effective way to do it. It's not a get-rich money. It's a no-risk approach. Learn that you trade on paper, not using real money, until you are absolutely personally convinced that you know what you're doing. And only then you switch money. I've had so many good responses by people who take this personally well. Really. The number is 1-888-GOLD-KRC. But when you call that number, all they do is send you information. There's a modification, and the information is free. The number again, take it down, it's 1-888-GOLD-KRC. In today's world of shaky currencies, massive borrowing and higher interest rates, it might be time to get a little old-fashioned. It might be time to buy gold. Most investors know that gold is a good investment during times of inflation. Gold is the hedge against all forms of economic risk. Gold's value went up 800% during the inflationary setting, 15% during the market crash, 87% and 70% during the Great Depression. The Swiss preferred gold as the ultimate currency since it retained its purchasing power when all else fails. Eventually, all paper currency played ends. Even the celebrated Swiss franc has lost its 1945. No paper currency. Gold, on the other hand, will buy everything today that it bought 20 years ago. So, if you're uncomfortable about irremovable debt, legible debts, rising taxes, their effect on your personal net worth, it's time to do something. Call North American Trade at 1-800-359-4255 and ask for their free and independent
So I just went to the Gear, then Google Play Store, and selected Remove Android Apps. None are actually visible and accessible to me, only to them via Task Manager. So now doing the same, if able, on HP Chromebook, which I will once again log into as Unit 207 NEP, illegally detaining me for 300 days, if they let it happen. And then I will do the same thing on that laptop, since they've been using the 2 to pretend like they're 1. As you can see, the HP Chromebook was once again factory reset, power washed. Remove Google Play and Android apps. Remove. They're still visible on the task menu over there.
a small business owner, John Wayne Gacy? Or do you think about a chocolate factory, Jeffrey Dahmer? If you did that, I did. Do you think of random normal jobs like these? Or do you think of the scores of jobless drifters we covered? Most recently, Sam Little, people allergic to gainful employment. What you might not think of is counterfeiting. Doesn't counterfeiters much at all, do we? Our digital age, focus on financial crimes. I feel like we tend to think of scammers, Nigerian princes, random people texting and or calling. Let you know that your Amazon account was charged $800 for a new iMac. Don't worry. They can sort out this fraudulent charge and refund you. Just give them your bank information. Yet, counterfeiters are definitely still around. They've been around as long as there's been some kind of money to try and counterfeit. Before the introduction of paper money, counterfeiters such as the English couple, Thomas and Ann Rogers, got caught shaving the edges off of silver coins to increase the weight. The purpose of stolen silver shavings for their own monetary gain. Thomas was hanged, drawn, and quartered. That's all of it described. And was burned alive. The first legal tender having just shown up in North America, Mary Buttersworth, one of the first counterfeiters to allegedly exploit money in paper form, using starch cloth and a hot iron to transfer the pattern of a note on paper and painstakingly inking in the design of the book. 1723, authorities brought her to trial for this crime despite testimony against her from her own brother. She was acquitted, lack evidence, and she retired on her ill-gotten gains. But if she would have been found guilty, she would have had her ears cropped. Probably for most times. Used to be a tad more severe a few centuries ago than it is now. When we think about our modern currency, mint green bills, complicated seals, overlapping designs on them, few of us would probably ever begin to try and undertake the painstaking process of printing, grading, otherwise manipulating material to achieve something close enough to let the crisp, branded printing look not be noticed by most customers. Mike Bargalavin definitely not that person. Thank God. And the man who once was deeply vain before a series of illnesses left his supposedly good looks, decided early on that he was going to make a lot of money, but not work for it. Along with a sophisticated printing press and various plates, inks, he began an infamous career as a counterfeiter, noticed that all passing by the Secret Service for tens of thousands of dollars of funny money. They had determined that he had passed across the country primarily in American shopping centers. Unfortunately, women living in the 70s and 80s. Mike was also especially cruel, anally fixated with sexual sales. Hardcore, porn-obsessed teen who used every trick at his disposal, arresting police officers, kidnap, sexually torture, and sometimes murder them. Also on occasion, buying his pension for kidnapping and financial fraud, concerns of bank scammers, held loved ones, bank personnel, sometimes even personnel themselves, ransom. Got away with an exceptionally wide, seemingly unrelated series of crimes for a very long time. He was a true overachiever in some of the worst possible ways. Strange story of the reprehensible, multifaceted, and wimpy-ass micro-peeved worm of a man, Mike Bargalavin, on today's True Crime, probably serial killer, definitely disturbingly deviant, maybe even as much as I hate to say it, criminal mastermind edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
Well, happy Monday and welcome back. Don't be curious, I'm Dan Cummins, Master Sucker. Wannabe time traveler, he meets that humanist. And you are listening to True Time Suck. Hope you're not those fingerprints, good work, changes, recording, something. A couple good things. I don't know if you know this, a couple today. I'm off and running. First, my last stand-up special, Trying to Get Better, is now also available on Amazon Prime. One of the specials there. That's on TV. If you watch it, it's great in review. And you've done that in my long-lost brother, Richard, increasingly on fire right now. There's so much going on, so much fear running, and I think for a lot of us, it's hard to find anything positive to it. So I just wanted to share that I think something very positive, and we'll come from it. There's been a lot of have been a lot of good things like passion protests going on. It's nice to see them exercising that very right. There's a lot of cool discussions, I think. A lot of people examining their beliefs. I think that's very cool. Examination, leading to action. Love to see that. Most of my life, defining trait of American political discourse has been widespread action, me included. If you want to fuck it, nothing ever changes what I thought. Now, just like back to the late 1960s, my favorite period of American history to pay attention. I'm a huge fan of counterculture, as you know. Check this last week's episode. Now that actually seems to be shifting into activism. And I think that's fucking awesome. I think I'm just starting to truly remember that politicians, all parties and movements, they do actually follow power. They are elected public servants, not masters, and they will do what they think will get them the most votes. So let them know what you want. You know, through votes, through protests, through hosts, through conversations, enough people shout this shit and will listen. Me personally, it should not come as a surprise. If it does, you haven't paid attention. I want more equity, decency, more inclusiveness, love and grace for immigrant brothers and sisters, love and grace for queer and trans brothers and sisters, less hateful, uncaring, divisive rhetoric of political leaders, much more economic support for the working class and those struggling who need a helping hand. And that's what I'll vote for. And that's what I've already voted for. That's what I'll be protesting in my private life and have to. Because I do believe in Team SAC. What about you? What do you want? What does Team SAC mean to you? Send an email. Right? Send me to bojangles@timesuppodcast.com. Update. I'd love to hear from all sides. Right? Not going to turn Times Up into some continually political show, but also feel compelled to address the massive elephant that we look from time to time. Let's never stop talking to others. Never be afraid to talk to one another. Never be afraid to try and understand one another, and also never be afraid to fight for what we think. That's all. So, for further, feel compelled. No one send an email about it. Ask me things. Why is it stuff? Well, just wait on it. And now back to the realm of true crime. Very unique, very interesting, and of course, absolutely fucking organization. Mike's not your average man. He's known to have committed these 4 murders, or suspected murders, many. Probably dozens based on all the disturbing news photos and audio recordings authorities found amongst the bombs. That's me saying that. Not recordings. Over 6 women would survive attempts of kidnapping, sexual assault, and potential murder. Based on what authorities did find, essentially 300 years in prison, plus 4. Despite the craziness and uniqueness of his case, not very well known. That's because some incidental authorities found out he was a serial killer or problem. Resources. He was committing his crimes, and only people really aggressively looking for him received service. They weren't after him for any essentially violent crime. They were chasing down someone who was successfully passing off counterfeit bills as real currency for lots of years. Someone who just never seen action. Close to. They only started pursuing his sexual crimes after they finally did look at him. Arrested for his fortunes. Very trouble. Very deeply disturbing. Audio tape recordings of sexual assaults and possession. Way back over there. They were shocked to discover that Mike's continual counterfeiting was the least troubling crime. Exemplified all 8 of the outdated DSM-3's criteria for sadistic personality disorder. DSM diagnostics of mental disorders. Publication by the American Psychiatric Association International Accepted Manual on the Diagnosis and Treatment of Mental Disorders. And the DSM-4 called Bartolomé an example of both sexual sadism and antisocial personality disorder. Real sick fuck. With a real tiny penis. That may have actually helped motivate the sexual sadism. I think. Let's. Not much to discuss about today's episode, structure-wise. Well, we could spend a lot of time talking about the history of counterfeiting. It might be better to save that for a different episode. Possibly a short suck. I do know that there's just too much information to discuss regarding Mike Bartolomé. time in court married and sexually and psychologically abused. Three women at least, possibly five. Five lines. Like many sexually sadistic serial killers, Mike is thought to have been motivated primarily by hatred of women by many. Hate that began with despising his own mother, Mary Louise, and nicknamed Mary Lou, whom he called Mo, an unstable and promiscuous alcoholic who had several affairs during his childhood. But hate was not his only driving force. He might have also been angry about the little tiny dick he was born with. I'm totally joking here. I'm speculating. But maybe being anally raped himself, there's no proof of that, but you'll see why I say this. It has many, many times. During an early stint in prison, also turning into in addition to all that, Mike also seems to really enjoy and thrive on manipulation and deception, part of what makes him a good counterfeit, and a hard-to-catch serial rapist / murderer. Loved running a scam. With the entity to kidnap a woman, a pile of money in the form of a ransom, passing a fake $20 bill off is the real deal. I'll tell you what did not motivate him. Sweet dinosaurs. Dinosaur bones. Yeah, we wanted to see them. Dinosaur bones. Yeah, where can we see them? I needed that. I don't even know what I said there. I'm trying to see sweet dinosaur bones real fast. But I needed that little jingle. It has gone from greatly annoying me every time I hear it touch. Anyway, Mike was made with no confidence. So much arrogance. Also like a real life super criminal or super villain. Some comic book or movie, prolific, meticulous, flying under the radar until finally he wasn't. And now time to lay out this crazy story chronologically.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-sucked timeline.
Our antagonist of the week, James Mitchell, Mike Bartolini, Jr. Born March 19, 1940 in Little Rock, Arkansas. Born a boy, Maryland. Lived on a couple of hours by penis. Microscope specialist, make sure you did in fact have a penis, and that you're not just looking at a small hole or perhaps a skin tag. Of course, that's exaggeration. But the dick size because he's such a sexually obsessed musician. I'm very proud of us skin tag. But, what is that? Was that skin tag down there? Oh, God, that's your penis. Anyway, he was the second of three children. One James Mitchell Bartolini, Army officer and civil engineer, and married Louise Edwards Bartolini. James Mitchell Bartolini, secret, also was private accountant. He was born in 1906 in Georgetown, Texas. Brownsville, Texas, Florida, Texas, University of College Station, Florida. Got his degree in civil engineering, and was for 4 years, and then 2 years later, he got a master's, also in civil engineering. Smart dude. And quick side note, I never heard the surname Bartolini. He's an unusual name. It's not something to roll off the top of it. Something like that. And I wonder if there are any other notable Bartolinis out there. I found one connection. We have a picture. Bailey T. Bartolini, born in 1908 in Memphis, Alabama. Dropped out of Auburn University to head out to sea on the SSHF Bartolini. With grandma. Not sure if they're related to my grandma. Anyway, that ship sank 500 miles off the coast of Florida, made the top of the water, and the entire crew got picked up from lifeboats. And then instead of staying away from water the rest of his life, Bailey doubled down on the sea, become a tugboat captain, worked at a shipping company called Oil Lines, shipped freight back and forth along the intercoastal canal, Orleans, Louisiana, Dallas, Texas. He worked for Oil Lines for 27 years, president of the buyout company, renamed Bartolini Marine Corporation. The corporation specializes in moving freight tugboats. And I wonder, some of those tugboats, oh no, rusty, they had to be piped. And so here's the connection of rusty tugboat to the last 3 episodes. And I wonder if the 6-star of today's episode of trying to answer what's way in sexual degradation? And what's more degrading? Going somewhere around the water, or the water instead of stop, ship hot children. Please, don't ever let the rusty tugboat become your thing. You could get sick. You get someone else sick. 5'4", 26-year-old firecracker who was secretary of the Dark Water. They did something crazy about one another. They also did his 10th last child in the family, lost her mother, died guilt. Then her father died when she was just 11 years old. Raised now by her stepmom, she never felt love, instead felt like a burden. She did not grow up in conventional home environments. I might see her, but I think that wanted for their future kids. She never should have kids. She didn't want it. She was far happier at work than she was at home. She did not like chores, but she did like doesn't want to spend despite these fundamental important differences, following hormones instead of the brains, and got married nice and quickly. The family grew 4 years later with the birth of the first child, Donald Michael Linda. Well, Linda, okay. Michael, thanks everybody. Shortly after Linda's birth, Mike Sr. joined the Army, and the family grew up with his space on its own. It seems that Mike was a trained in the Air Force. Based on available sources, details of his early military life. In the city of Little Rock, Tuesday, March 1940, 4:36 a.m., Mike Jr. was out. Third and last child, also named Mike, born as a junior baby. And he guarded laboring children and his culture children. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, Mike Jr. was toddler, and moved to Washington, D.C. with Jane as a lieutenant. D.C. duration of the war, after which they moved off to Texas around James/Mike's family, and then shipped out to the Pacific. In 1989, once again, Franklin. The following year, Mike Sr. joined the Netherlands. There, Mike Sr. served for 2 years in military refinement in the sense. Refining mines were closed, and retired in 1953. Federal civil service post in Albany. All this moving around, but a fair amount of disability for young Mike. Unfortunately, Mike seemed to be gone for work a lot. Both of Mike's parents had numerous extramarital affairs. At one point, he talked about divorce, but decided to see a better for kids. As Mike Sr. believed, the natural mother would love her children better than stepmother would. Little, not a great mom. All of the children. I'm sure that's Mary Lou now continued to have affairs once her husband was done traveling. Described numerous sources as having essentially promiscuous, unstable alcoholic. Both violent and neglectful, apparently Frank spent most of the time in bars, drinking, and one night standing in houses. Apparently she had a real Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde levels about it. Sober, some people person to be around, and she got conscious. Yet she and her husband would stay there. You know, the natural mom is always better than stepmom. Love, black and white. Mike's older sister Linda becomes the caretaker for the children. Things like pancake, breakfast, for school, money from Miles Pierce to get some groceries. Dad apparently is not working. Check the fuck out most of the time. Mike just ran all over him. But Mike Jr. is called Junior. For the most part, even though Junior had a standing body, positive still included hate his actual mom and eventually all didn't hate the other but dad appreciated it. On an emotional level, Mike Sr. was critical of his children, sources of purity. Almost never praised them for any of their accomplishments, never really showed them paternal affection. Physical level, frequent things to places that were dark. Unfortunately, maybe not all that uncommon for dad to make John with his father would punish him by forcing him to sit in corners for long periods of time. It would also be his ass to switch, making a small branch of the tree. Not the best, again, his daddy mention of dad or mom punishing their subjects. This years later, Junior's immediate arrest, and we told authorities they became afraid of him and thought he was capable already of murder. Probably was. Shortly after he whooped Mama's ass, the first entry on Mike's rap sheet shows up in the fall of 1986. He's arrested for carrying a concealed weapon while the family still lived home. That's September 8th. Purchased 2 handguns and ammunition with a friend. And later that month, he was arrested and convicted of his first felony for possessing a concealed firearm. Some sources say around the same time, he also threatened his mother with either a hatchet or a letter. Planning on threatening her with a gun next, killing her? It's probably at least thinking about it. In May of 1957, Mike just turned 17. Almost collided his 51 Chevy Coupe with a car driven by Albany police officer George Lynch, and got another charge on his rap sheet, reckless driving. And for the chuck, he went with a wild one, kind of rebel without a cause vibes. He wore a leather jacket, dark rimmed glasses, and a scooter. Lucky for Mike, the local judge dismissed the gun charge, and the reckless driving case was changed to a small home. Just a few weeks later, Mike was expelled from Schuler High School for undisclosed reasons. And now his parents turned to the common solution for the young men of the time. They each took turns rusty tugboat him. Despite making him eat so much butthole chili, he still did not get his act together. No, they should have. In October of that year, under strong political pressure, Mike enlisted in the U.S. Air Force, stationed at Lackland Air Force Base in Bear County, Texas, before he moved to Scott Air Force Base. After over a year, he was court-martialed. In March of 1958, for disorderly behavior on charges ranging from American property insignia and property to disorderly behavior, and sentenced 2 months to base stockade. In June, he was cited again for unauthorized absence from bed check, 2 charges of breaking restrictions and being disrespectful to superiors. And all that earned him a visit to the Air Force psychiatrist. And that psychiatrist described him as a quote, for most young men of superior intelligence, gave extensive history of repetitive acts of egocentric and antisocial nature, dating back several years. He approaches interpersonal relationship with a suspicious attitude and leaves little room for consideration of others. So in other words, a sociopath. The psychiatrist did not feel a future in the military promises of Mike. That's right. In August of 1958, at the age of 18, Mike was discharged from the Air Force under other than honorable conditions, and he moved into a small Fort Worth, Texas home that his parents had bought after the children all left the house. I'm sure they were fucking thrilled to have a abusive baby boy who was already beaten up on at least once back home. Junior's sister Linda had gotten married by now. Baby brother Ralph had dropped out of high school and joined the army, so he's another kid now. So Junior was living at home with his parents. Parents he despises, various jobs, pumping gas, selling men's clothing. And he starts to tell others now that he does not intend to work hard for a living for very much longer. Initially, he had some kind of plan to make easy money legitimately. The time to give school another shot, set himself up for whatever he was thinking about. In January of 1959, Mike enrolled at RL Pascal High School. And after 3 months, he got expelled again for undisclosed reasons. Then in August that year, he married his first wife, Linda Weir, described as a forward teenager. Just 3 weeks later, though, in December. In October of 1959, now 19-year-old Mike still wanted to make lots of money without having to work hard for it. He decided to give robbery a try. On October 5th, he and an accomplice attempted to rob the Echo service station in Fort Worth. He taped a bag over his head, poked the night shift attendant with a pistol in hand. When the man reached for the money, Mike panicked, and he was reaching for a gun, fired his gun, and fucking ran. The attendant, unfortunately, was unharmed. The pair were then arrested 2 weeks later for a string of auto thefts. Mike's accomplice readily confessed, and Mike was now sentenced to 5 years of probation. Can't believe that's all that. That November, Mike's wife, Linda, unfortunately got diagnosed. She gives birth to a premature stillborn daughter. Mike, of course, is the father. Doesn't receive the heir of the dead child or his wife. He's already focused by this time on something else. A 17-year-old girl from the area he recently met, Charlotte Weber, a daughter of a railroad engineer. A high school student, Mike asked her out, fell in love, Mike couldn't quit. A handsome young rebel from the movie, wild and reckless, and a bad boy. Even though she thought it was odd, he sometimes literally spent hours in front of the mirror adjusting his parents didn't like his makeup. She was still enamored with him. Even after he shared this network. In home where he still moved off his parents and did shit like kicking doors, like fires his room, holes in the walls. Mary Lou Mike Sr. told Charlotte about all that. She was scared. Like his parents stopped him, took him out, was still scared. Scared them out more than ever. By March of 1960, Charlotte was now pregnant with Junior's baby. Junior was able to divorce his first wife by this point, and now these two get married on June 9th at Charlotte's parents' house. His daughter will be born December 12th, 1960, and they will name her Bethany. And Junior would now move out of his parents' house. The young couple's first home was an apartment at 3127 Lubbock Street in Fort Worth. And there Charlotte soon realized that Mike was not that innocent being a father, or being a husband. He wasn't abusive yet. He just wasn't around. He wasn't making enough money to provide for his family. Charlotte and Junior's daughter, well, they moved in with Junior's parents. But he does not move in with them. That's so fucking weird. Instead, he just disappears for a while. One day at Charlotte's parents' house, which the poor girl and her daughter have now moved into, Mike comes to visits, and that's when they conceive their second child, also a daughter. The daughter who Charlotte's parents would force her to give up for adoption if they're going to keep letting her live with them. It was bad enough that they were supporting their daughter and granddaughter. They did not need to get another mouth. So Junior needs fucking killing. By the age of 21, he's married twice. He's had 3 kids. He hasn't done shit to take care of either wife or either of the kids who are still alive. And before we move forward, Junior's left. Let's take this week's first 2-minute sponsor quiz. If you hate hearing these ads, please sign up to be a spacer on Patreon and catalog ad-free. Get episodes 3 days early, help us donate to charities. This is an ad by BetterHelp. And this ad is for the male meat sacks listening. Therapy is not just for everyone else. It's for you too. And it doesn't make you any less tough or any less man. Men today face immense pressure. Be sensitive, yet still be strong. Be open with your emotions, but don't look weak. It's no wonder the 6 million men in the U.S. suffer from depression every year and is often undiagnosed. It's okay to struggle. Real strength comes from opening up about what you care about, doing something about it so you can be at your best for yourself and everyone else in your life. If you're a man and you're feeling the weight of the world, talk to somebody. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally. It's convenient too. You can join a session with a therapist with a click of a button, helping you fit therapy into your busy life. Plus, you can switch therapists at any time. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/timesum. That's betterhelp.com/timesum. Enjoying your summer, making fun plans, beach time, barbecue, music festivals. No, it doesn't belong in your epic summer plans. Get burned by your old wireless bill. While you're making summer plans, your wireless bill should be the last thing going to be back. So make the switch to Mint Mobile. The plan starting at $15 a month, Mint Mobile gives you premium wireless service, the nation's largest 5G network. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text. Coverage and speed used to way less money. Ditch overpriced wireless and get 3 months of premium wireless service from Mint Mobile. So while your friends are sweating over data overages and surprise charges, you'll be chilling literally and financially. I don't even know how much I've saved this morning after making the switch. Thousands? Millions? Okay, probably thousands. Definitely enough to buy festival passes, definitely enough to buy burgers and brats for everyone in the park. This year, skip breaking the sweat and breaking the bank. Get your summer savings and shop premium wireless plans at mintmobile.com/timesum. That's mintmobile.com/timesum. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, 5 GB plan required for $50 a month. New customer offer for the first 3 months only. Get full price plan options available. Taxes, fees, extra. See Mint Mobile details. If you'd rather get a root canal than shop for car insurance, you're not alone. Fortunately, there's a smarter, less painful way to shop for car insurance. It's called Jerry. You heard me right. Jerry. Jerry makes things easy by handling the entire insurance shopping process in one place. It's a seamless start-to-finish experience from comparing quotes to getting covered. No endless forms, no jumping from site to site, no sales calls, just clear, personalized options you can trust with 24/7 support. Stop needlessly overpaying for car insurance. Drivers who save with Jerry save over $1,300 a year on average. So before you renew your policy, do yourself a favor. Download the Jerry app or head to jerry.ai/timezone. In just a few minutes, you can compare quotes and coverages from up to 50 top insurers. Jerry, car insurance made simple, smart, and finally on your side. Based on drivers who switched and saved with Jerry over the past 12 months, over 20% of drivers who switched with Jerry found a monthly premium of $87 or less. Not all drivers found savings.
Mom, can you tell me a story? Once upon a time, there was born a real estate brokerage that was also a magical app. They called it Redfin, and they're on a mission to get people the fairest deal of them all. With listing fees as low as 1%, Redfin agents charge half of what others often charge, so you have more money to put towards your dream home. Could it be a gingerbread house? If the witch wants to sell.
Download the Redfin app to get started. Fees subject to terms and amendments. Who has an opportunity to see it? Thanks for listening to those ads. And now we turn to 1961. On August 12, 1961, while Mike is still under 21, his 19-year-old brother Ralph, home on leave from the Army, he's been staying with his parents. But a few days earlier, he and Mike Jr. got into a big argument over what we do not know. Ralph stormed out and then rented a room in a motel. After staying at this motel for a few days, he dies by suicide in a church parking lot after asphyxiating himself with the car's exhaust. Michael claimed his brother did what he did because his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He was unhappy in the military, did not want to go back to the Army, and also he was fucked up from the childhood that Mike experienced. Also, and maybe that's true. Maybe there's some truth to that. Or maybe Mike Jr. did or said something to push his baby girl over the edge. I think it's interesting that he took his life a few days after leaving his parents' house because he had an argument with a psychotic woman. That September, Michael now divorced Charlotte and gave education a third child. Why not? Mike briefly started attending two different universities in Texas. Texas Christian University and North Texas State University in Denver. During the summer of 1961, despite lacking a high school diploma. Took some business courses, English, French, and psychology. Stuck with it that fall. Also the following spring, after 2 semesters, he left school again, where he held the university. In September of 1962, his probation on the auto theft sentence was revoked, and some sources did say. And now Mike found himself doing some hard time in Texas State Prison. He rolled after 8 months into the custody of his parents, who had now relocated again to Arlington, Texas. He found that his son, very, very unstable before he'd been sent away, much worse condition now. Back then, he was suffering from hepatitis, which kind sources do not say, mononucleosis, and just, oh my gosh, prostatitis. There we go. Slow down. So, hepatitis, mononucleosis, prostatitis. Interestingly, in all 3 of these infections from sex. Specifically, you can get prostatitis, inflammation of the prostate gland, from bacteria introduced to the prostate from this. You don't have to get it that way, but you can. So, via anal sex, rough, unprotected, unmoved anal sex, say prison-rape anal sex, would make it easier to get all 3 of these conditions. To be very clear, 0 sources say that Mike was ever raped. He got these infections and prostate inflammation from sex of any kind. Also, no one else sharing the story that I'm aware of to come to the same conclusion, but I find it very interesting. He was apparently not sexually aggressive before he went to prison for this time. His first time. Neither one of his first 2 wives claimed that. But then after prison, he becomes very sexually sadistic, and his go-to becomes painful anal sex. I want to make a wild guess. Junior spent a lot of time, his time in prison being nothing but abuse. And that maybe, being sexually assaulted there has returned to being a sexual sadist more than perhaps his mom issues. Led me to think that the more Junior spent his recovery time in his home from prison in his bedroom, mostly screening hardcore porn movies on movie together. Helps off 8 months in prison, 3 medical maladies that you don't have to get the sex, but definitely can. 3 that when combined, it sure makes it seem like he get robbed off by a cellmate, and then right away he's super into porn. And the porn here is the first mention of anything sexual was born in 1963, I will say, or add, from Texas no less, infinitely more taboo than this today. Also, shortly after getting out of prison, he comes down with colitis, inflammation of colon. A lot of stuff going on. Culinary. That prison have clothes getting rust tuck on him? Or did his his cellmate is having a giant dig. Fuck him. Whatever the cause, he'll struggle with colitis for the rest of his life. His colitis, medicines used to treat it, use inflammation, will lead to all sorts of dry skin patches, skin discoloration, weight loss, rashes, hair loss, all sorts of shit. Hurt Jim goes out panic deeply. His face really hollowed out. His eyes went really hollowed now. He lost a lot of weight. He's already thin. He had premature wrinkles. His smooth complexion is turned chalky when you hit it. He also doesn't feel well. His colon just continually hurts. And to distract himself, he starts reading psychiatry and psychology texts. Guessing also did that so he could figure out how to manipulate others more effectively. And he also started photography or photographing nude models. And his parents would reject any of this. Maybe push him to a job, without, whatever. He would threaten their lives, especially mothers. Finally, on the night he chased his mother around with a razor, his dad finally called the police. A few days later, he was sent to Western State Hospital, a psychiatric facility in Stanton, Virginia. He would spend 45 days being held against his will being medicated. And psychiatrists there were startled to hear that Mike was considered a career in psychology. His own doctor thought Mike was a true psychopath, not a sociopath, psychopath, and that prison would be a much better place for him to be held than hospital. And despite his dad drops the assault charge against his son, takes baby boy back home. May 16, 1964, picks Mike Jr. up from the hospital and drives his 24-year-old absolute fucking train wreck of a human being son home. 4 months later, Mike is married again. Third time will not be the charm. This time he married poor 19-year-old cosmetologist student Wanda Faye Davis from the little town of Taswell, Virginia. Though she was 19, she was especially innocent and trusting. More like a 15 or 16-year-old. She had literally never been to a nice restaurant or gone out on a single day before her wedding. Not long after the wedding, Mike pressures Wanda to model nude for him. So she agrees, takes it further. Right? He pressures her to let him take photos of her in various, sexual positions, more extreme. Then sexual acts, pressures her to perform, or starts taking pictures of. They become more extreme. Hardcore, BDSM shit she's not into. He's taking photos of her naked, tied up, in pain, stuff sticking out of her fucking ass. What an introduction to what sexual life. Then this piece of shit uses these photos as blackmail to get her to help with the scam. Together, Mike explained they would target older women, find out which banks they kept their money in, and ask them if they could make withdrawals so the federal bank examiner can pick up and examine their cash and make sure it's not counterfeit. The scam began in 1965, continued for a year and a half. Wanda would later guess they scammed 25 or 30 different women, and on average they stole about 1,200 each from them. And now this 25-year-old scumbag has gotten expelled from high school twice. He dropped out of 2 different colleges, got kicked out of the army, spent time in a psychiatric facility for chasing his mom around with a razor. He's had 2 kids, didn't do shit to provide for him, he's abandoned 2 different wives. He's committed a variety of crimes, he's sent him to prison for 8 months. He's sexually abusing his 3rd wife, documenting it, and has used that documentation to blackmail her into helping him steal from over 2 dozen elderly women. He was just barely in the sun. In 1966, Mike, along with Wanda's cousin, was charged in Prince George's County, Maryland, with the assault and sodomy and kidnapping a young girl. He talks his fucking wife's cousin, kidnapping some girl and sodomizing her. What the fucking backwoods white trash inbred hillbillies were on. But then, because our values in this country, like most of around the world, is so fucked, so wrong, the assault charges are dropped. Because the girl, age not listed in sources, but is strongly alluded to, which is minor, apparently got into the car with him willingly. And then the men were acquitted of the charges. Jesus Christ. But if you willingly got into a car with 2 men as a teenage girl, they just legally got to do whatever they wanted to do with you. Sexually, I guess, right? Because you were asking for it. You gave them permission to do whatever by just getting in the car. Such an unbelievably fucked up way. Again, makes me fantasize about how it's going to magically death level. A button I can press to make literally every person on earth that this girl is asking for in the situation instantaneously die. God, I push that button so fast, I'm going to fucking wreck it from the fastest button ever pushed. So great. Junior's wife, Wanda, was glad that the kidnapping had not turned into something worse, murder. Her husband now talked a little else apparently. A little up the road. He straight up told her he wanted to abduct the woman. He told his wife this. He told her he wanted to abduct the woman, torture her, strangle her, and then fucking watch the light go out. Just watch her die. degrading positions to her parents and to a whole bunch of other people back in her tiny little hometown. April of 1969, Mike pressures Wanda to help him commit more extreme crime. 2 months junior, and surveilled Edgar W. Smith Jr., American National Bank branch manager of Wheaton, Maryland. Watching Edgar come and go from his residence at 3707 Fairley Street, Wheaton, as well as monitors his daily routine at the bank. And on April 25th, Mike ready to go. Stole his license plates, placed them on his car, sent Wanda to a giant food store, not a giant, it's a big place, it's actually called Giant. Sent her to the store's parking lot, adjacent to the bank, and told her to keep an eye on it. Edgar would be around 2 o'clock. At 1:30, Wanda Laban knocked on Smith's front door, flashed the badge of Edgar's wife, Mary. Said he was a Secret Service agent who needed to talk to her about Edgar's going on to the bank. Then, pulled the gun. Then handcuffed her, covered her mouth with a piece of tape. Then he telephoned Edgar at the bank, told him that he had his wife in a motel and that he would kill her if Edgar did not do exactly what he said. And instructed Edgar to take 60 grand from the bank to the Wheaton Library immediately and to hide it in the men's room. As Mike hung up, Edgar immediately asked his hotel for the money. He could come up with 60 grand, but he did come up with 30 grand, plus another 4,000 in 20, so I guess 34 grand. Outside, on his car, Edgar then found a note that said, disregard previous instructions, told him to retrieve a brown paper bag beneath his car. Put the ransom money inside it, drive to the corner, around the corner to the giant food store parking lot, and place the bag beneath the waiting wheel. Back to Smith's house, Mike dragged Mary in the kitchen, tied her up, opened the house. She managed to break free, stumbled in the street though, where a neighbor helped her. Wanda, meanwhile, retrieved the money, next to Mike, and the couple drove across Virginia with 34 grand to a little shed near Virginia's Huntley London State Park, nearly put the money into glass jars, buried it. And now Wanda really worried about her weakness. Now she got known to her, though she could possibly go to prison herself. Still, she did summon the courage to threaten Mike that she was going to tell the police. In response, Mike tied her to the bed, beat her, raped her, took photos of her, and he was done with her. When she told the police about this years later, she said, quote, sexual atrocities that I will not mention to you were performed upon me. It even hurts to think about it. But, wondering how he really heard of his time for dealing, but he liked to use phone numbers. On another occasion, she split her wrists because she would rather get home. People will say later he had time for some On another occasion, she split her wrists because she said she would rather die than stay with Mike. In the hospital, she begged the doctor not to make her go home with him. She said she told him that he was sexually abusing her, but the doctor just kind of laughed it off and sent her back anyway. Years later, when speaking of the abuse her husband dished out, she said, you don't know the meaning of being beaten up. I'm not talking about somebody taking a fist, being black and blue. We were talking about things being done to you that you would not believe. After she was sent home, or Wanda got cut. Then Mike threw her down a fucking flight of stairs. After that, her sadistic rapist husband put her pregnant again. Mike now pressured Wanda to have an abortion, but she didn't want to. The prospect of the baby on the way, she said she was no longer afraid of the picture of herself in the police. She felt she had to get away from him to protect her child, and not at the cost of herself. So she fled. And she was granted a divorce in August of 1969. 5 months later, in January 1970, she gave birth to a baby girl, Lindsay, at George Washington University Hospital in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Mike is now treated. He is now stopped. He breaks into her apartment a few times after she gives birth. Once he tries to rape her, and would have succeeded had a building manager not rescued her after hearing the scream. After he tries to rape her, he then comes back later to the apartment a few times to see the baby, and brings his new girlfriend with him. Why can't the right people like Mike and Mike, all these innocent people struggling after the lives? Mike is already dating someone seriously again. They're pursuing her before Wanda left him, a high school senior named Karen. Of course, she fucking did by the 3-year-old, get him all the time. Her last name is intentionally omitted in sources as an information wandering. He's 39 now, so 30-year-old sexual sadist dating a high school senior. On June 10th, 1970, Mike and Karen married in Silver Spring, Maryland, when she was 18. Mitt, Karen's student criminal husband, who returned to college, spending a semester at George Mason University, where he took classes in philosophy, history, government, and Spanish. Meanwhile, he systematically subjected Karen to the same Isolate her contact with others. Don't let her make any decisions. Don't let her acquire any skills, working, driving, social skills, etc. Don't let her have any power, bank accounts, ownership, inside information, material for blackmail. Never trust her completely. Don't enlighten her with knowledge, especially psychology. Always remember the relationship is temporary, and likewise prepare to.
Well, they cut off the podcast I was listening to on the HP Chromebook. So I guess I'll lay down and try and take that nap that led to a couple more murder attempts today. So at 7:40 a.m. we had a murder attempt. At 10:50 something a.m. we had a murder attempt. At 12:50 something p.m. we had a murder attempt. And coincidentally, with each and every one of those murder attempts, we had hacking and cyber attacks and individuals entering and exiting Unit 207. And I'm calling it 3 attempts at murder because that's what the FBI said that it would be counted as. Although based on their criminal conduct and the fact that they changed the target date as of Friday, it was likely a drill showing their criminal intention and that, yes, indeed, they are guilty of conspiring to attempt murder. The one and only remaining felony that hasn't been made actionable reported to the Bureau in 2017 due to numerous officers at the Everett Police Department and some others. I get it. Mr. Little Dick upstairs in the living room. He's got nothing to lose. He's going to prison for the rest of his life. He's got to play like he's smarter than the Bureau until the moment he's handcuffed and pulled out of Unit 207 and then court-ordered to never be able to access a laptop while in prison. I feel bad for USA. I feel bad for you. But not too bad. I don't feel too bad for you. Time to power wash the Chromebook so I can try and use it. They did not like the developer settings so much that they kept stopping all of the audio that I was playing from podcast to podcast, website to website, utilizing this to try and tamper with that video. From what I've heard today, it sounds like they only have one more attempt that they're going to try and perpetrate murder. This time we're going to browse as guest again. They've still got it blocked, so I can't get off the developer mode. Developer channel. And they've got enabled verified access locked in. So I can't change that either. it just said that they're utilizing the Google Workspace, which I directly chose not to join, to sync all of the devices on the workspace. You're on the guest computer. Okay, so like I've added in the chat here, it's now 7:09 p.m. I wrote it appears they're using their fraudulent criminal Google Workspace pre-installed on the operating system to sync between devices. This paired with databases, their Linux machine, their 3 spoiled murder attempts today, and their Cisco chip-to-chip man-in-the-middle root kernel access BIOS hacks with USBS and fraudulent irremovable credentials, certificates, security keys, and fingerprints are how they've been using the HP Chromebook to hack this live stream. They're very anxious tonight for their target date tomorrow. The HP Chromebook is compromised on any/all sites as they all have code folding. It says cold folding. It should say code folding. Enabled, links to their criminal databases, etc. 7:02 p.m. They sent a long-haired man outside my window in the last 30 minutes to pissed, I disabled JavaScript via developer tools on HP Chromebook while logged in as guest. It says clearly there to pop your folders anywhere in the source page, and it will sync to the Everett Police Department's criminal Google Jacuzzi. Ergo, HP Chromebook is now setting in powerwash mode, waiting for CTRL-D to bypass the Everett Police Department via Unit 207's having the criminal USBs to do so. Acquired after their last kidnapping, as reported and premeditated in August 2024, and in dozens of police reports that were legitimate and rejected in order to perpetrate those felonies and kidnappings. Made actionable in March 2025. Ergo, the HP Chromebook is now setting in powerwash mode, waiting. And it'll remain that way, at the very least, until their target date of tomorrow is concluded. They also continue to somehow be able to plant many of their criminal cookies right back onto this live stream, requiring manual removal every time I check.
Bruh, all you're doing is procrastinating on you being detained and arraigned, bruh. This time next month, you'll be sitting in a cement room, wearing orange and flip-flops. So will everyone around you who didn't blow the whistle, bruh. 3 words, big boy. 3 words. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Z. You think that I would just yell up to the ceiling repeatedly for weeks and weeks now for the Everett Police Department to come downstairs and get their prize, life in prison without parole, if that wasn't what the fucking prize is, fool? No. The question is, do I get moved to a safe location away from all of you that shouldn't have a gun and be anywhere near me before you're detained, or will you still be pulled out of Unit 207 and cuffed on the grass? That's the question.
Or to put it another way, ladies and gentlemen, Like you all have known and been told since before you made actionable your first kidnapping, the kidnappings go a long way for your domestic terrorism charges. March, according to the FBI, was full of a shitload of evidence that they needed to throw people in prison that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to. And you guys gave it to them. Or let me say it another way. The only reason your JavaScript worked to destroy over 200 laptops is because the FBI had me bait you with the cell phone they had me turn off for 4 fucking months. So I repeat, this time next month, actually before then, but let's just focus on that. It's a little easier to swallow. This time next month, each and every officer from the Everett Police Department, North or South Precinct, and a shitload of other individuals will be sitting in King County Jail, wearing orange and uncomfortable flip-flops. They will have been denied bail, like the FBI had me tell you over and over again before it even became 2025, was going to be their MO. Because you're a fucking flight risk and a danger to society. Whistleblowers are the only exclusions. And then remember, everybody, since April Fool's Day, what's been the FBI's plan? That's right. Imagine the surprise when it's still recording full video and audio footage. So remember, while you all thought that this month you've been battening down the hatches and building a great fortress, a wall around your labyrinth, what you've really done is built a single wall. And the Bureau's been standing behind you the whole time, recording a document who's been building it and who's a whistleblower that's been kicking a brick out here or there. Or to put it another way, who's getting paid and who's getting prison for life without parole. So again, the only question that still exists is, now that there's only one felony left to be perpetrated that you attempted 3 times today, to murder me and have it deemed a suicide without any video or audio footage, will I be transported to another location from here before you are detained? Or will the blitz sweep still take place, involving both of your doors being kicked in less than 90 seconds after all of your devices that can connect to the internet have suddenly stopped working? That's the big question. Now, the good news is you didn't perp a murder today. And I highly suggest, if you still haven't blown the whistle, that you get on that before your target date of tomorrow and stop making decisions that you're going to regret for the rest of your life, starting next week at the latest. Bright and early Monday morning at the latest. Because if you have any sort of information that will help the Bureau put the people they're most excited to throw behind bars for the rest of their lives that hasn't already been procured from a different whistleblower who's getting paid for their hostile working environment, then chances are you can finagle a pretty decent plea deal.
Go blow the whistle.
And then do keep in mind, everybody, that the Bureau made that statement that there was no backup plan for there being a live stream. And there's at least one whistleblower that they want to see, what is this individual going to do in the event that there is a live stream for the final major incident. And I'm saying that because I still don't know the answer to that. And then remember, the bona fide FBI genius, he's had a hard-on for the blitz sweep taking place Monday through Friday during Snohomish Superior Court hours, when a certain individual that you guys take orders or authorizations from is supposed to be there. That agent wants to arrest her in front of judges and other attorneys. So again, blow the whistle. I don't know about you guys, but if there's going to be like raids going on and all this crazy shit, which there is, I would much rather occur during Snohomish County Courthouse business hours, personally, quite frankly. 9 to 5, I mean, that's easy. 8:30 to 5. We know on the weekends we can ride it. Like, he's not listening to me. He's still using JavaScript to attempt to terminate the live streams. Bring the live stream down to 0 on the network over and over and over again, which should have ended the live stream numerous times over. Why is it not working? It's not working because someone at the FBI wants you to see that it's not going to work when you need or expect it to. It worked earlier today because one or more individuals upstairs didn't blow the whistle and the FBI is putting them in prison for the rest of their lives and wanted to add additional counts to their indictment. You don't want to hear the truth, but that is the truth. I promise you, the only real question that remains is, will you guys still be having both of your doors kicked in and pulled out into the grass while I'm recording a YouTube live stream and you're detained? Or am I going to be transported to a different location so I'm far out of the range of any Everett Police Department officer's gun before you're detained?
Also, just to clarify for the whistleblowers, when I said Monday at the latest next week, I don't know if that means that's the latest it'll be for everyone to be detained. But I do know that according to the Bureau, the 2 weeks after this, everyone that's going to prison for the rest of their life fucking hates me. They fucking hate me. So I'm speculating. And I don't know what the Bureau is going to choose to do. Quite frankly, at this point, I would like it if they arrested everyone that's not a whistleblower and left the whistleblowers upstairs with loaded guns to be ready to shoot and kill. Or to be taken out of here and brought to that same fucking hotel in Seattle where all the whistleblowers are going to be, and have my own federal marshal outside of my door. It's not a good feeling knowing there's only one felony left to be perpetrated that was reported in 2017 without video or audio footage. And then also knowing how many officers and other people are going to prison for the rest of their lives who still don't realize that they've been monitored and under investigation the whole time. I really do wish you guys would stop what you're doing, because clearly right now at this moment in time, either everyone upstairs is a whistleblower and the Bureau is trying to make you stop what you're doing and to see, yes, this is going down, or one of you isn't a whistleblower and the FBI is just adding additional counts. I'm certain that at some point you're going to believe that you have the recording off, because how else would it be such a surprise? I say I'm certain, but I'm like 80% certain, because there is also that caveat that the FBI really wanted to know what happens if there is a live stream, because there was no backup plan for if there was a live stream. But I'm telling you, the Bureau is choosing right now not to let your JavaScript on script terminations work for some fucking reason. Are they giving you a wink wink and a nod nod? Or is there someone up there that's on the going to prison for the rest of their life, defunct Delta flight, symbolically speaking? I kind of think perhaps everyone upstairs right now is a whistleblower, because earlier today you had some success, which means there was somebody up there that was adding counts to his indictment and that the FBI was confident you weren't going to break in and shoot me in the head.
Only about a 4-second delay as far as the YouTube live stream goes from my interface. The men upstairs in Unit 207's living room are utilizing something in between tab settings and tab settings all cookies. They do have the developer code set up to ingest code. But I gotta say, everybody, although it is speculation, I have noticed that the FBI sometimes shows off in a passive way when everyone upstairs is a whistleblower. So I do think that perhaps that is what's going on right now. And I think earlier today, there was at least one person upstairs that was not a whistleblower. And if it's been all the same techie people all day, then there must have been somebody that was in the unit this morning that the FBI wanted to make believe that there was still any possibility of them getting away with their crimes. Because remember, that's been the FBI's MO this whole month. They said it directly. There are some individuals who still believe they're going to get away with it. Ergo, my comment about how myself and the whistleblowers are sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. As the Federal Bureau pans for gold nuggets. Ending this live stream at 8:40 p.m.